Does this work? Is this thing on? It looks like it is. Hello? Hello? Oh, it's working. Okay. So anyway, I always have my auto downloader, which is basically like just a, auto downloader is just a auto downloader. Okay, we're gonna be coding. What's this? Oh, yeah. I want to upload something real fast. Just don't mind me while I put some playlist back on. You know what? Let's listen to some Johnny Cash's New Testament as we go along. Couldn't hurt. Get some people don't know the God's real and loves the way. So
The Gospel according to
a
Matthew,
random place in the Bible.
chapter 24. Then Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple.
So this is my
And Jesus said to them, "Do you not see all these things? Assuredly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down." Now as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, "Tell us, when will these things be? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?" And Jesus answered and said to them, "Take heed that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will deceive many. And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and kill you, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many will be offended, will betray one another, and will hate one another. Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many. And because lawlessness will abound, the love of many will grow cold. But he who endures to the end shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end will come. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not go down to take anything out of his house. And let him who is in the field not go back to get his clothes. But woe to those who are pregnant, and to those who are nursing babies in those days. And pray that your flight may not be in winter or on the Sabbath. For then there will be great tribulation, such as has not been since the beginning of the world until this time, no, nor ever shall be. And unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened. Then if anyone says to you, look, here is the Christ, or there, do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. See, I have told you beforehand. Therefore, if they say to you, look, he is in the desert, do not go out. Or, look, he is in the inner rooms, do not believe it. For as the lightning comes from the east and flashes to the west, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. For wherever the carcass is, there the eagles will be gathered together. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. And they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now learn this parable from the fig tree. When its branch has already become tender, and puts forth leaves, you know that summer is near. So you also, when you see all these things, know that it is near, at the doors. Assuredly, I say to you, This generation will by no means pass away till all these things take place. Heaven and earth will pass away,
so this is station board.
but my words will by no means pass away. But of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only.
Cloned it.
But as the days of Noah were, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered the ark, and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. So also will the coming of the Son of Man be. Then 2 men will be in the field. One will be taken, the other left. 2 women will be grinding at the mill. One will be taken, and the other left. Watch therefore, for you do not know what hour your Lord is coming. But know this, that if the master of the house had known what hour the thief would come, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be broken into. Therefore you also be ready, for the Son of Man is coming at an hour you do not expect. Who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his master made ruler over his household, to give them food in due season? Blessed is that servant whom his master, when he comes, will find so doing. Assuredly I say to you that he will make him ruler over all his goods.
Okay.
But if that evil servant says in his heart, my master is delaying his coming, and begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with the drunkards, the master of that servant will come on a day when he is not looking for him, and at an hour that he is not aware of, and will cut him in two and appoint him his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Chapter 25. Then the kingdom of heaven shall be likened to 10 virgins, who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom.
What material? Oh,
now 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. Those who were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them, but the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. But while the bridegroom was delayed, they all slumbered and slept. And at midnight a cry was heard,
1086.
Behold, the bridegroom is coming. Go out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said to the wise, Give us some of your oil, for our lamps are going out.
So it's
but
like
the wise answered, saying, No, lest there should not be enough for us and you, but go rather to those who sell, and buy for yourselves. And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came. And those who were ready went in with him to the wedding, and the door was shut. Afterward the other virgins came also, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. But he answered and said, Assuredly, I say to you, I do not know you.
Problem with C++.
Watch therefore, for you know neither the day nor the hour in which the Son of Man is coming.
What the hell?
For the kingdom of heaven is like a man traveling to a far country, who called his own servants and delivered his goods to them. And to one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1, to each according to his own ability. And immediately he went on a journey.
That's why I said it's not working.
Then he who had received the 5 talents went and traded with him and made another 5 talents. And likewise, he who had received 2 gained 2 more also. But he who had received 1 went and dug in the ground and hid his Lord's money.
You know what I'm saying?
After a long time, the Lord of those servants came and settled accounts with them. So he who had received 5 talents came and brought 5 other talents, saying, Lord, you delivered to me 5 talents. Look, I have gained 5 more talents besides you. His Lord said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You were faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord.
I might have to loop it.
He also, who had received 2 talents, came and said, Lord, you delivered to me 2 talents. Look, I have gained 2 more talents besides them. His Lord said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things.
I don't know what's wrong with me today.
I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord. Then he who had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you have not sown and gathering where you have not scattered seed. And I was afraid, and went and hid your talent in the ground. Look, there you have what is yours. But his Lord answered and said to
This is
him,
gonna be a good day. I can tell.
You
already.
wicked and
We'll
lazy
play
servant,
Trogdor all day long.
you knew that I
All
reap
day
where I have not
Trogdor.
sown,
Trogdor
and gather where I have
like
not
a-
scattered seed.
Trogdor and Johnny Cash.
So you ought to have deposited my money with the bankers, and at my coming
Come on,
I
win
would
out.
have received back
Don't be
my
dumb.
own with
Don't be
interest.
dumb. There we go.
Therefore, take the talent from him,
There we go.
and give it to him who has 10 talents.
Okay, here it comes. Man, watch this.
For to everyone who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who does not have, even what he has will be taken away. And cast the unprofitable servant into the outer darkness. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the holy angels with him,
This is gonna be a good day.
then he will sit on the throne of his glory. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate them one from another, as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. And he will set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then the king will say to those on his right hand, Come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. Then the righteous will answer him, saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you a stranger and take you in, or naked and clothe you? Or when did we see you sick, or in prison and come to you? And the king will answer and say to them, Assuredly I say to you, inasmuch as you did it to one of the least of these, my brethren, you did it to me. Then he will also say to those on the left hand, Depart from me, you cursed, into the everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and you did not take me in. Naked, and you did not clothe me. Sick and in prison, and you did not visit me. Then they also will answer him, saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister to you? Then he will answer them, saying, Assuredly I say to you, inasmuch as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me. And these will go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into eternal life. Chapter 26. Now it came to pass, when Jesus had finished all these sayings, that he said to his disciples, You know that after 2 days is the Passover, and the Son of Man will be delivered up to be crucified. Then the chief priests, the scribes, and the elders of the people assembled at the palace of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas, and plotted to take Jesus by trickery and kill him. But they said, Not during the feast, lest there be an uproar among the people. And when Jesus was in Bethany, at the house of Simon the leper, a woman came to him having an alabaster flask of very costly fragrant oil.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
And she poured it on his head as he sat at the table. But when his disciples saw it, they were indignant, saying, Why this waste? For this fragrant oil might have been sold for much and given to the poor. But when Jesus was aware of it, he said to them, Why do you trouble the woman? For she has done a good work for me. For you have the poor with you always. With me you do not have always. For in pouring this fragrant oil on my body, she did it for my burial. Assuredly I say to you, wherever this gospel is preached in the whole world, what this woman has done will also be told as a memorial to her. Then one of the 12, called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priest and said, What are you willing to give me if I deliver him to you? And they counted out to him 30 pieces of silver. So from that time he sought opportunity to betray him. Now on the first day of the feast of the unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, "Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover?" And he said, "Go into the city to a certain man and say to him, 'The teacher says, my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples.'" So the disciples did as Jesus had directed them, and they prepared the Passover. When evening had come, he sat down with the 12. Now as they were eating, he said, "Assuredly, I say to you, one of you will betray me." And they were exceedingly sorrowful, and each of them began to say to him, "Lord, is it I?" He answered and said, "He who dipped his hand with me in the dish will betray me. The Son of Man indeed goes just as it is written of him. But woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It would have been good for that man if he had not been born." Then Judas, who was betraying him, answered and said, "Rabbi, is it I?" He said to him, "You have said it." And as they were eating, Jesus took bread, blessed and broke it, and gave it to the disciples and said, "Take, eat, this is my body." Then he took the cup and gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, "Drink from it, all of you, for this is my blood of the new covenant, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. But I say to you, I will not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on until that day, when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom." And when they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. Then Jesus said to them, "All of you will be made to stumble because of me this night, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered. But after I have been raised, I will go before you to Galilee." Peter answered and said to him, "Even if all are made to stumble because of you, I will never be made to stumble." Jesus said to him, "Assuredly, I say to you that this night, before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. Peter said to him, "Even if I have to die with you, I will not deny you." And so said all the disciples. Then Jesus came with them to a place called Gethsemane and said to the disciples, "Sit here while I go and pray over there." And he took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee, and began to be sorrowful and deeply distressed. Then he said to them, "My soul is exceedingly sorrowful, even to death. Stay here and watch with me." He went a little farther and fell on his face and prayed, saying, "O my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will." Then he came to the disciples and found them sleeping and said to Peter, "What, could you not watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray, lest you enter into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak." Again, a second time, he went away and prayed, saying, "O my Father, if this cup cannot pass away from me unless I drink it, your will be done." And he came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. So he left them, went away again, and prayed the 3rd time, saying the same words. Then he came to his disciples and said to them, "Are you still sleeping and resting? Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is being betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us be going. See, my betrayer is at hand." And while he was still speaking, behold, Judas, one of the 12, with a great multitude with swords and clubs, came from the chief priests and the elders of the people. Now his betrayer had given them a sign, saying, "Whomever I kiss, he is the one, seize him." Immediately he went up to Jesus and said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. But Jesus said to him, "Friend, why have you come?" Then they came and laid hands on Jesus and took him. And suddenly one of those who were with Jesus stretched out his hand and drew his sword, struck the servant of the high priest, and cut off his ear. But Jesus said to him, Put your sword in its place, for all who take the sword will perish by the sword. Or do you think that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he will provide me with more than 12 legions of angels? How then could the scriptures be fulfilled, that it must happen thus? In that hour Jesus said to the multitudes, have you come out as against a robber, with swords and clubs to take me? I sat daily with you, teaching in the temple, and you did not seize me. But all this was done that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. Then all the disciples forsook him and fled. And those who had laid hold of Jesus led him away to Caiaphas the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled. But Peter followed him at a distance to the high priest's courtyard, and he went in and sat with the servants to see the end. Now the chief priests, the elders, and all the council sought false testimony against Jesus to put him to death, but found none. Even though many false witnesses came forward, they found none. But at last 2 false witnesses came forward and said, this fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and to build it in 3 days. And the high priest arose and said to him, do you answer nothing? What is it these men testify against you? But Jesus kept silent, and the high priest answered and said to him, I put you under oath by the living God. Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God. Jesus said to him, it is as you said. Nevertheless, I say to you, hereafter you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power and coming on the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest tore his clothes, saying, he has spoken blasphemy. What further need do we have of witnesses? Look, now you have heard his blasphemy. What do you think? They answered and said, he is deserving of death. Then they spat in his face and beat him, and others struck him with the palms of their hands, saying, prophesy to us, Christ, who is the one who struck you? Now Peter sat outside in the courtyard, and a servant girl came to him, saying, you also were with Jesus of Galilee. But he denied it before them all, saying, I do not know what you are saying. And when he had gone out to the gateway, another girl saw him and said to those who were there, this fellow also was with Jesus of Nazareth. But again he denied with an oath, I do not know the man. And a little later those who stood by came up and said to Peter, surely you also are one of them, for your speech betrays you. Then he began to curse and swear, saying, I do not know the man. Immediately the rooster crowed. And Peter remembered the word of Jesus, who had said to him, before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. So he went out and wept bitterly. Chapter 27. When morning came, all the chief priests and the elders of the people plotted against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor. Then Judas, his betrayer, seeing that he had been condemned, was remorseful and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. And they said, what is that to us? You see to it. Then he threw down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed, and went and hanged himself. But the chief priests took the silver pieces and said, it is not lawful to put them into the treasury, because they are the price of blood. And they consulted together and bought with them the potter's field, very strangers in. Therefore that field has been called the field of blood to this day. Then was fulfilled what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the value of him who was priced, whom they of the children of Israel priced, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord directed me. Now Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, are you the king of the Jews? Jesus said to him, it is as you say. And while he was being accused by the chief priests and elders, he answered nothing. Then Pilate said to him, do you not hear how many things they testify against you? But he answered him not one word. so that the governor marveled greatly. Now at the feast the governor was accustomed to releasing to the multitude one prisoner whom they wished. And at that time they had a notorious prisoner called Barabbas. Therefore, when they had gathered together, Pilate said to them, "Whom do you want me to release to you, Barabbas or Jesus, who is called Christ?" For he knew that they had handed him over because of envy. While he was sitting on the judgment seat, his wife sent to him, saying, "Have nothing to do with that just man, for I have suffered many things today in a dream because of him." But the chief priests and elders persuaded the multitudes that they should ask for Barabbas and destroy Jesus. The governor answered and said to them, "Which of the two do you want me to release to you?" They said, "Barabbas." Pilate said to them, "What then shall I do with Jesus, who is called Christ?" They all said to him, "Let him be crucified." Then the governor said, "Why, what evil has he done?" But they cried out all the more, saying, "Let him be crucified." When Pilate saw that he could not prevail at all, but rather that a tumult was rising, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, "I am innocent of the blood of this just person. You see to it." And all the people answered and said, "His blood be on us and on our children." Then he released Barabbas to them, and when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified. Then the soldiers of the governor took Jesus into the praetorium and gathered the whole garrison around him. And they stripped him and put a scarlet robe on him. When they had twisted a crown of thorns, they put it on his head and a reed in his right hand. And they bowed the knee before him and mocked him, saying, "Hail, King of the Jews!" Then they spat on him and took the reed and struck him on the head. And when they had mocked him, they took the robe off him, put his own clothes on him, and led him away to be crucified. Now as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross. And when they had come to a place called Golgotha, that is to say, place of a skull, they gave him sour wine mingled with gall to drink. But when he had tasted it, he would not drink. Then they crucified him and divided his garments, casting lots that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet. They divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. Sitting down, they kept watch over him there, and they put up over his head the accusation written against him. "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews."
So that says new.
Then 2 robbers were crucified with him, one on the right and another on the left. And those who passed by blasphemed him, wagging their heads and saying, "You who destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself. If you're the Son of God, come down from the cross." Likewise the chief priests also, mocking with the scribes and elders, said, "He saved others, himself he cannot save.
Weird. Like, why would it, like,
If he is the King of Israel, let him now come down from the cross, and we will believe him. He trusted in God. Let him deliver him now if he will have him. For he said, I am the Son of God." Even the robbers who were crucified with him reviled him with the same thing. Now from the 6th hour until the 9th hour, there was darkness over all the land. And about the 9th hour, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, saying, "Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani." That is, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Some of those who stood there, when they heard that, said, "This man is calling for Elijah." Immediately one of them ran and took a sponge, filled it with sour wine, and put it on a reed, and offered it to him to drink. The rest said, "Let him alone. Let us see if Elijah will come to save him." And Jesus cried out again with a loud voice, Then behold, the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth quaked, and the rocks were split, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the graves after his resurrection, he went into the holy city in the 4th month. So when the centurion and those with him who were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and the things that had happened, they feared greatly, saying, "Truly this was the Son of God." And many women who followed Jesus from Galilee, ministering to him, were there looking on from afar, among whom were Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's sons. Now when evening had come, there came a rich man from Arimathea, named Joseph, who himself had also become a disciple of Jesus. This man went to Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Pilate commanded the body to be given to him. When Joseph had taken the body, he wrapped it in a clean linen cloth and laid it in his new tomb, which he had hewn out of the rock. And he rolled a large stone against the door of the tomb and departed. And Mary Magdalene was there, the other Mary, sitting opposite the tomb. On the next day, which followed the day of preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees gathered together to Pilate, saying, "Sir, we remember while he was still alive how that deceiver said, 'After 3 days I will rise.' Therefore command that the tomb be made secure until the third day, lest his disciples come by night and steal him away, and say to the people, 'He has risen from the dead.' So the last deception will be worse than the first." Pilate said to them, "You have it. Move your work. Make it as secure as you know how." So they went and made the tomb secure, sealing the stone and setting to God.
How about I just do this?
Trogdor strikes
I
again!
don't care if she's the shit out of them.
Now after the Sabbath, as the first day of the week began to dawn, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary came to see the tomb. And behold, there was a great earthquake,
It was a
for
dragon
an angel of the
man.
Lord descended from heaven, came and rolled back the stone.
Just a dragon.
His countenance was like light,
Turn
and
to our
his
mess.
clothing was white as snow. And the guards shook for fear of him.
Although,
The angel answered and said to the women,
Countryside,
"Do not be afraid, for I know that you seek Jesus,
burning
He
all
is
the
not here.
people,
He is risen.
and if that's true,
Come see the place where the Lord is. And go quickly and tell his disciples that he is risen from the
and
dead.
the Trogdor
And
comes
indeed,
in
he
the
is going before you into Galilee.
yeah, we want to
You
change
will
this now.
see.
Trogdor strikes
I
again!
have told you." So they went out quickly from the tomb with fear and great joy, and to bring his disciples near.
Trogdor was
And as they went to tell his disciples, behold,
He was
Jesus met them,
dragon
saying,
man.
"Rejoice." So they came and held him by the feet and worshipped him.
Dragon,
Then Jesus said to them, "Do not be afraid.
but he was
Go
still
and tell my brethren in Galilee, and there they will see me." Now while they were going, behold, some of the
burning
tongues
the
came out of the city and
countryside,
reported to the chief
burning
priests all the
the
things that had happened.
peasants,
the hard time.
They
burning
had assembled with the
all the
elders and
people,
consulted together,
and if that's
gave a
true,
large sum of money to the Tell them, and if this comes
and
to
the
the
Trogdor
governor's house,
comes in the
we will appease him and make you secure. So they took the
Trogdor
money and
strikes
did as they
again.
were instructed. This saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. Then the 11 disciples went away into Galilee, to the mountain which Jesus had appointed.
He was a dragon
When they saw him,
man.
they worshipped him.
He was.
And Jesus came and spoke to them, saying, "All authority has been given to me.
But
in
he was
heaven and
still
on earth. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all things that I have commanded you. Lo,
And if that's true, cut it down! And the Trogdor comes in the
The
night!
Gospel according to
This
Mark,
is getting,
chapter
this is
1.
good on my playlist.
Trogdor
Like
strikes
100
again!
The beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, Son of God. As it is written in the prophets, "Behold, I send my messenger before your face, who will prepare your way before you.
He
The
was
voice
a
of one
dragon
crying in the
man.
wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, that goes past
just
straight.
a dragon.
John came back.
But he was still trucked burninating the countryside, burninating the peasants, burninating all the people in the thatched roof cottages! Thatched roof cottages! And the truck door comes in the night! Truck door strikes again! Truck door! Truck door! Truck door was a man. He was a dragon man. Maybe he was just a dragon. But he was still truck door! Truck door! Burninating the countryside, burninating the peasants, burninating all the people in the thatched roof cottages! Thatched roof cottages! And the truck door comes in the night! Truck door strikes again! Truck door! Truck door! Truck door was a man. He was a dragon man. Dragon. But he was still truck door! Truck door! Burninating the countryside, burninating the peasants, burninating all the people in the thatched roof cottages! Thatched roof cottages! And the truck door comes in the night! Truck door strikes again! Truck door! Truck door! Truck door was a man. He was a dragon man. Maybe he was just a dragon. But he was still truck door!
That was the real thing. Here you go.
That was left-handed. Truck door strikes again. Truck door!
Read all of it here. Oh, you know, it's Trodor. Hold on. You know? I'll edit. No, it's Trodor. I'm looking for. See here. Trodor.
Truck door
It wasn't playing in my thing. Didn't like that.
Truck door strikes
Yeah,
again. Truck door!
So,
Truck door strikes again. Truck door!
why did it not automatically go to? Let's try this again.
That was left-handed. Truck door strikes again. Truck door!
Huh. I think what I have. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try. See, that's good enough. I don't want to talk off guard when I'm trying to present to like the people. Okay, let's see.
Listen to the king of the circuit top. Listen to the king of the circuit top. Listen to the king.
That was left-handed. Truck door strikes again. Truck door! Truck door! Truck door was
The problem is, I didn't export it right. It's like slow. It's like quiet. We don't want quiet stuff. Truckers are loud, man. He's always left. Not doing like loud chugger. It's fine to open up the old. Open up. 100%. Let's not open up a new. Okay. Open. Import. I just the whole thing, you know. Let's do it from. Oh, it's on E. I have to do the whole thing. Oh my god. Like this is like a big distraction, but I think it's absolutely necessary. Okay, I'm not hitting the whole thing. Okay, there's the problem. Is the volume is not 19.5. It's even 19. Now we're gonna export it. We're gonna export it right on top of it. Right on top of. Right on top of Trogdor. What do we call it? Trogdor. We'll try again. Because this is really important, you know. These things are important in life, like God and like you know, old Flash cartoons. Ugh. Like I should be making Flash cartoons. What am I doing with my life? Oh, making video games. I guess that's pretty good too. Oh God. Mm. Mm. Why am I not just burning any peasant? You know? There you go. This one is the E, is the G in it. Get rid of this one. This is the inferior version. Oh man. Sure do I? Oh. Dang it, man. Oh, come on, man. The thing is, like, I wish I could. Yeah, it's like you wish you just coded everything, you know? Let me code it all. I'll be okay. Here we go. Now, we're about ready to go. So we go into new learn. Open this by file location. We close this out. We close this out. No. I'm gonna go to this one. This would be Trogdor with the G. Save that. Go to that. Go to this. Try this out. One. Hit play.
Trogdor strikes again! Trogdor!
That
was left-handed.
It's not working, right? There.
Listen to the king of the circuit top. Listen to the king of the circuit top. Listen to the king.
That was left-handed. Trogdor strikes again!
Alright, take it.
Trogdor! Trogdor! Trogdor was a man. I mean, he was a dragon man. I mean, he was just a dragon. But he was still Trogdor! Trogdor! Burninating the countryside, burninating the peasants, burninating all the people in the thatched roof cottages! Thatched roof cottages! And the Trogdor comes in the night! Good luck! You'll need it!
We're not doing this. That's acceptable. I'll probably speed it up on that. I probably won't speed it up until. Yeah. That's cool. It's already saved, right? Yeah, we good. We good. Okay. Fix up my playlist. It's good to jam stuff up a little bit, like a little bit. Cancel. I don't want to play with my jam, bro. Close all this stuff. There you go. I know there's a lot of people out there that are like.
All the people in the thatched roof cottages!
Hey,
Thatched roof cottages! And the Trogdor comes
now I
in the night!
freaking lost my cash, man. Hold on, open. Oh, what's cash? Johnny Cash.
Chapter 5. It is actually reported that there is sexual immorality among you, and such sexual immorality as is not even named among the Gentiles, that a man has his father's wife. And you are puffed up, and have not rather mourned, that he who has done this deed might be taken away from among you. For I indeed, as absent in body but present in spirit, have already judged, as though I were present, him who has so done this deed.
Whatever.
In the name of our Lord Jesus, chapter 4, chapter 5.
Alright, whatever.
It is actually reported that there is sexual immorality among you. Chapter 17.
Oh, dude, that's not even the right one. Okay, hold on.
Then he said to the disciples, it is impossible that no offenses should come.
How do you,
The Gospel according to Matthew.
there, like, I just typed cash.
Chapter
just,
1.
That's how buggy
The
Windows
book
Media
of the
Player is.
genealogy of Jesus Christ,
I just found it when I
the
said
son
that.
of David, the son of Abraham. Chapter 23.
Alright, let's...
Then Paul,
Don't touch
looking
Windows. Don't
earnestly
make
at
Windows
the
Media Player
council, said,
angry, you know?
Men and brethren, I have lived in all good conscience before God until
Give me a
this
second.
day.
That was a little bit
And the
rough.
high priest Ananias commanded those who stood by him
Some things you
to
don't
strike
wanna,
him
like,
on the mouth.
touch. That's
Then
like
Paul
Windows
said
Media
to him, God will strike you, you whitewashed wall, for you sit to judge me according to the law, and do you command me to be struck contrary to the law? And those who stood by said, Do you revile God's high priest? Then Paul said, I did not know, brethren, that he was the high priest, for it is written, You shall not speak evil of a ruler of your people. But when Paul perceived that one part were Sadducees and the other Pharisees, he cried out in the council, Men and brethren, I am a Pharisee, the son of a Pharisee. Concerning the hope and resurrection of the dead, I am being judged. And when he had said this, a dissension arose between the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and the assembly was divided. For Sadducees say that there is no resurrection, and no angel or spirit, but the Pharisees confess both. Then there arose a loud outcry, and the scribes of the Pharisees' party arose and protested, saying, We find no evil in this man, but if a spirit or an angel has spoken to him, let us not fight against God. Now when there arose a great dissension, the commander, fearing lest Paul might be pulled to pieces by them, commanded the soldiers to go down and take him by force from among them, and bring him into the barracks. But the following night the Lord stood by him and said, Be of good cheer, Paul, for as you have testified for me in Jerusalem, so you must also bear witness at Rome. And when it was day, some of the Jews banded together and bound themselves under an oath, saying that they would neither eat nor drink till they had killed Paul. Now there were more than 40 who had formed this conspiracy. They came to the chief priests and elders and said, We have bound ourselves under a great oath that we will eat nothing until we have killed Paul. Now you therefore, together with the council, suggest to the commander that he be brought down to you tomorrow, as though you were going to make further inquiries concerning him, but we are ready to kill him before he comes near." So when Paul's sister's son heard of their ambush, he went and entered the barracks and told Paul. Then Paul called one of the centurions to him and said, "Take this young man to the commander, for he has something to tell him." So he took him and brought him to the commander and said, "Paul the prisoner called me to him and asked me to bring this young man to you. He has something to say to you." Then the commander took him by the hand, went aside, and asked privately, "What is it that you have to tell me?" And he said, "The Jews have agreed to ask that you bring Paul down to the council tomorrow, as though they were going to inquire more fully about him. But do not yield to them, for more than 40 of them lie in wait for him, men who have bound themselves by an oath that they will neither eat nor drink till they have killed him. And now they are ready, waiting for the promise from you." So the commander let the young man depart and commanded him, "Tell no one that you have revealed these things to me." And he called for 2 centurions, saying, "Prepare 200 soldiers, 70 horsemen, and 200 spearmen to go to Caesarea at the 3rd hour of the night, and provide mounts to set Paul on, and bring him safely to Felix the governor." He wrote a letter in the following manner: "Claudius Lysias, to the most excellent governor Felix, greetings. This man was seized by the Jews and was about to be killed by them. Coming with the troops, I rescued him, having learned that he was a Roman.
What? It's crashed on purpose. So it comes back when we come back, it'll be on debug mode. So right here, we had that one work. This is really weird. This is like really. What happens basically, like the C# clone function does not work. If someone says, "Oh, you have to clone everything down the way." Oh no, you just clone like the that. Man, it's a bunch of crap. Like they should be able to clone stuff. So it's loading up. Yeah, let's just check out Reddit for a second. Well, you just on Reddit. Let's check out Facebook. No, let's go to Twitter. Oh, you know what? We'll bomb Twitter with some. I like to bomb Twitter with Bruce. You know, why not? Well, you can tell I'm like doing something like whenever like this. So like I mean like we know we bring. Can a refugee? All right. All right. Let's try this out again. Is it We got attached to Unity. F5. Duck, duck. Talking to that guy. Talking to that guy. That's about it. I shouldn't be beyond Facebook. It's a waste of my time. I should be on Twitter. That's a waste of my time. This is not waste of my time. Okay. Call back. It's our mesh. Oh, we need to clone it. Okay. Controls. Controls. Shift test. No. We need shift test. Okay, that's a problem. Alright, okay. Looking for some collaboration partnership. I don't think I'm gonna get it. The guy made Castlevania 1 completely in the Unity, he says. That's impressive to me. He probably didn't do it perfectly, so I just want to see what he had going. Just doesn't make any sense. Why would it be no? Okay, this is actually confusing me. Hello? Why would that be no, right? It just says. Control shift says. He goes with the shift stuff. What the hell? I didn't save it. Okay. That's the problem. That would explain it. Should we know now? Why is in the... I'm gonna save on play. That's actually cool. In case it crashes, actually, this is good. You know what? Let's not do this. This might be too much for him. Maybe it'll be actually good. It's actually probably be good though. Okay, so let's just change this to 0.86. I guess you're sure. Sure. Just do it. Did I just like hose my whole thing with hit reset? What the hell? I think I'm about to reset the whole. What is that tip? Okay, so that just resets the. Okay, Control Z. This could probably be bad. I'm trying to run my game. Watch my game will like be like crashing fine. I have to probably revert now. I'll be surprised if it ran. Actually, turn this. Turn this. I'm like highly concerned right now. Like what did I just like I hosed everything, right? Project settings that. I have to close this out. I shouldn't have been playing with that stuff at all. I'm like wasting hours and hours and hours and hours and hours just screwing around when I need to be getting code done. Okay, so I need to like get my stuff done. I have no time to sharpen my axe anymore. 1:41 p.m. That's not bad actually. That's probably not bad. I got the cloning. I'm good. It's nice and warm in here. While it's copying, I'm gonna just start downloading music. I have a thing where I'm downloading music on the other one. You know. Because when I download all the music, then I can put it in my game afterwards. Yeah. This is the major thing we're watching out for here. It's funny that just copying those scene files would take any time whatsoever to copy. Still waiting for that coffee over there. Waiting for that coffee to be in there. Yeah, a little mom on for a second. See how our day's doing. That coffee goes on. They're good. They're even though they're Hormel, they're good. Hormel. They're underneath the microwave. I don't see them. Hey guys, back. Looks like we got a new one. Let's see, Starfighter Journal last night. Okay, let's open up the Starfighter Journal last night. We're restoring from backup. It happens often. This is an often thing. So we'll see. I want to see if we got the copy pasta in. I think that's about all I did since then. It's copy pasta. Everything else is not working properly. So it doesn't matter if it's for this old state or new state because it wasn't working to begin with. Let's see here. Get myself a fork. I'm gonna dig at this pork, sauerkraut, New Year's things. Hey, look at some endocrinology videos in the background while I do this. Ooh, you know what else we can do? Well, we'll listen to endocrinology videos in the background. Okay, so YouTube, you gotta look for university ones. You can go for right to university lectures. They're good too. But I haven't exhausted YouTube. Funniest movement to Soviet history.
When I was a student, I'd write long essays that I'd work on for days. But now, I'm writing short emails and messages all day, every day. Grammarly has been a lifesaver.
Now, everyone take out your safety pencil and a circle of paper.
Let me get this straight. We're behind the rest of our class, and we're going to catch up to them by going slower than they are? Look, lady, I'm supposed to be in the 4th grade.
Sounds to me like someone's got a case of the spostas. Warren!
Oh man, that's some frosty pork there. Use some more microwave time. Microwave here. We'll just let it thaw. I want to be listening to some endocrinology. Endocrinology University.
Wow, look at this. 94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization's success.
Listen to that guy right here. Listen in the background.
But when I came and visited this place, there was something unique about it. I can just say that my program is what family is and home. I have always lived away from my parents. Hospital has...
It comes to
I'm Robin Holt.
I'm
here.
They're not doing lectures, man.
My name is Josh Lakoff. I was born in Montreal and
produces these hormones and sends them. So when we think of the endocrine system, we should think of hormones. Hormones are essentially signaling molecules. Now the endocrine system works in close proximity with the nervous system, in that both the endocrine system and the nervous system tries to maintain a homeostatic environment by sending out signals. The main difference between the two is that the nervous system is a quick response. So when a stimulus arrives at a neuron, the neuron can pass on these signals, these commands, as neurotransmitters that will then target a particular cell. The neurotransmitter will bind onto a specific receptor that will cause the target cell to initiate a short-term, quick response. Now, the endocrine system, on the other hand, will send signals not via neurotransmitters but through hormones. And these hormones will travel via the bloodstream, where it will then target a cell and its specific receptors. So what happens is, with an endocrine cell, is that when a stimulus or command comes...
Hi everyone. Today in this video, let us discuss about the protein binding and its significance. Whenever a drug is going to be administered into the body, the drug molecules are going to be present in the GI tract and they are going to be absorbed along the GI tract into the systemic circulation, where the drug may be present as a free form. Now this drug can be bind to the proteins, otherwise it can undergo the metabolism. So when it is going to be metabolized, at most of the times it is going to become to inactive metabolites. So metabolism is one of the mechanism by which the drug action is going to be terminated. But at the same time, the drug can also bind to these proteins. When the drug is going to bind to these proteins, the drug can form a complex with the protein. Now it is present in the bound form. And sometimes this complex can be dissociated such that it again released as a free form of the drug. In this way, within the systemic circulation, the drug is present as a free form or as a bound form. The free form is the active form of the drug, whereas the bound form is the inactive form of the drug. So protein binding is a reversible process where the drug is going to be converted to inactive form on binding with the proteins, and it is reconverted to active form when it is going to be dissociated from the proteins. The therapeutic action of the drug mainly depends on the free form or the active form of the drug. That's why the protein binding kinetics are very important in order to assess the kinetics of the drug as well as its therapeutic action in the body. So drug molecules within the systemic circulation, they can bind to the protein molecules. Suppose the drug molecules are going to bind to this protein, and here you can observe few of the proteins are free and they are not bound with the drug. Now we can draw one of the kinetic equation for this protein-drug interaction. A drug is going to interact with the protein such that they are going to form a protein-drug complex, and this rate of association can be given by the rate constant Ka. Similarly, the protein-drug complex can be dissociated to again reconvert into a free drug as well as a free protein. Now here the drug is available as a free form as well as bound form. Similarly, the protein is also available as a occupied as well as unoccupied. Here the total protein concentration Pt is equal to the P, that is the whatever the protein concentration which is unbound, plus the Pd, the protein concentration which is bound with the drug. Similarly, the total drug concentration dt is equal to the D plus Pd, where D is the free drug concentration and Pd is the bound drug concentration. Now here we can draw one of the fraction of the drug unbound, because the therapeutic activity mainly depends on the unbound drug. So we are interested on the how much fraction of the drug that is unbound with the proteins. So the fraction of the drug unbound, F, is equal to the concentration of the drug unbound by total concentration of the drug. So which is nothing but here F is equal to d by dt, where d is the free drug concentration and dt is the total drug concentration. Now what is this fraction indicates? This fraction indicates how much of the drug is available as a free form compared with the total concentration of the drug,
learn about bonding, how it
and
works.
which is available to show its therapeutic action. And this fraction indicates the...
Yeah, we know that. Oh.
There are many types of proteins in the blood plasma. Albumin is one of them, but there are many types of proteins in the plasma. And these proteins, they'll bind to many different drugs. Some drugs are considered protein binding. That means these drugs will stick to these proteins. So drugs that are protein bound are not going to be able to activate receptors unless they are free. So these drug binding proteins, they act like a sponge. And they're not going to free the drug unless the proteins are completely saturated. So these are my drug binding proteins, and these little places are places where drug can bind. And then these are the receptors. When the drug comes in contact with these receptors, then some kind of regulatory drugs out. Drug B.
Here you go.
I need to find the best way to learn math and science.
I need math, dude.
Whoa.
I'm gonna have to
Here's a new way to learn math, science, and computers.
Like a class.
So for the next,
I'm not really sure what class it is.
Part of
math
this
class?
lecture, we're going to talk about
math class. How'd
the
you know?
binding of O2 to hemoglobin and myoglobin. So we need to define some terms first, and so we're going to discuss basically proteins that are ligand-binding proteins. Now, proteins can bind different molecules, and so these molecules that they bind specifically to are known as ligands. And so let's say we have this protein, and we're going to call this over here, this is called the ligand binding site.
Ligand binding, okay. Why is it called a ligand?
Okay.
Look on. We have time to
now,
look
if we have a ligand,
Wikipedia. Ligand is inorganic. On my color. So it's just a molecule. Cool. Let's go to biochemistry. It's not importing right now. Okay, it's warm enough in here, so I don't need this heater going on. Actually, let's play that music. Let's play this guy talking while I go.
Fits into the site.
My mom's present for today.
So this binding site is actually created by, again, the particular fold of the protein, and so at a certain spot within the protein,
I like go to YouTube again. I'm gonna pay photo with super glue. So that's what we're doing. I always like to do what I'm doing right now. You educate yourself as you go.
Spray one side, apply the adhesive to the other. And again, you got maybe a second or two to play around with it. And there's your joint.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts.
Weird, yeah. That's cool. Why is it in there? That's pretty cool. That's a good idea. Super cool. Seconds. Alright, well, we're going to try something crazy. Well, let's try something crazy.
The amino acids surrounding this ligand binding site dictate sort of shape, a molecular shape that only certain molecules can bind into. And so we can think of, for instance, we can think of a couple different potential ligands that might fit in here, but we see that the shape of this blue triangle here is the only one that really matches.
Gloves on.
And so in this case, what we would see is the protein and the ligand would form an interaction, but only for the blue ligand, because it is, the shape of the active site is complementary and fits this ligand here. However, the circle ligand, for instance, doesn't have the correct molecular shape to fit into this ligand binding pocket, or this ligand binding site rather. And so it's not going to bind to this protein. And so that's actually a really important, that's really important for thinking about what proteins do in general. So proteins have evolved in order to have certain functions that are useful for life. But just as importantly, they also exclude other functions. And so one of the hallmarks of protein are that they're specific. So they don't just perform different chemistries, but they do it specifically. So in this case, the specificity is related to this protein binds a specific ligand.
I'm putting a painting together.
In that case, that's this ligand, and it excludes this guy over here.
Wow, look at this. 94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization's success. Frankly, I have no idea what the other 6% are thinking. You know, usually when people look up ways to improve culture, they look for best practices. And best practices are good, but they're even better when you put them with best principles. Since Bamboo HR was founded, we've looked for principles we believe will make our people, and in turn, our culture, better. And we found company culture formulas that work. And we've crammed it all into the definitive guide to culture. For a free copy, click the link and go download it now. You won't regret it. Don't like the price? Well, you can also pay with 3 easy installments of free. Go ahead, go check it out. Or stick around while I read silently about picking the right perks and monitoring culture metrics. Nope, it's not working. Can't read while you're watching me. So just go check it out. It's easy, free. Yeah.
Grammarly does more than catch errors. With Grammarly, you can find really good, no, perfect words that make your writing sharp, or explicit, or excellent, or distinctive. As a matter of fact, for what it's worth, Grammarly can, yeah, that's long. We can get rid of that, and this, good, and this, or how about this? Grammarly helps you be concise. If your tone might make someone feel like this, Grammarly can remind you. It would help if you soften your tone. And if you need the support, Grammarly encourages you to write confidently. Because the better we all communicate, the better we connect. Grammarly, helping you connect. Go to Grammarly.com and download today.
Hey guys, it's Professor Dave. I want to tell you about proteins.
He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains.
So we know about amino acids, and these are the monomers that will form proteins, which are also known as polypeptides. Proteins are polymers of amino acids, and they are the most diverse type of biomolecule in your body. Different kinds of proteins include enzymes that catalyze chemical reactions, receptors that control signaling in your body, hemoglobin, which carries oxygen throughout the bloodstream, muscle and organ tissue, which give your body structure and mobility, and so many other things. So how do amino acids polymerize? This happens when amino acids form peptide bonds with one another, such as the peptide bond between these 2 glycine units. Peptide bond formation is an example of a dehydration reaction, because the 2 hydrogens and the oxygen marked in blue are lost, and 2 hydrogens plus 1 oxygen equals a water molecule. So, as a water molecule is lost, these 2 amino acids come together to form a peptide bond, which results in an amide. An amide is a functional group with a nitrogen atom next to a carbonyl, and this is the functional group that will connect each amino acid during polymerization. If 2 amino acids combine, we get a dipeptide. If between 3 and 10 come together, we would call that an oligopeptide, since oligo means just a few. And if more than 10 come together, we will call that a polypeptide, since poly means many, and proteins are large polypeptides of around 300 to 1,000 amino acids that are folded in such a way that they have some biological activity. When we look at any peptide, we must notice that there is an N-terminus, meaning the side of the chain that ends with the amino group, and a C-terminus, the side that ends with the carboxyl group. By convention, we typically write proteins with the N-terminus on the left and the C-terminus on the right. Each monomeric unit in the polypeptide is called a residue. So on this structure, we should be able to differentiate between each individual residue and locate the peptide bonds that connect them. Proteins are very large compared to simple molecules. They contain hundreds of amino acid residues, and they have very specific shapes from which their function is derived. So let's learn about protein structure. Protein structure follows a specific hierarchy, so let's start first with primary protein structure. The primary structure of a protein is simply the sequence of amino acids, with no attention paid to any aspect of three-dimensional shape. We can abbreviate each amino acid residue with either a 3-letter code or a 1-letter code, depending on how much you feel like writing. And here are both sets of abbreviations for your reference. The shape the protein will take depends on the primary structure because it is the identity of all the side chains and the sequence they are found in that determines how a protein will fold up. To see this in action, let's look at secondary protein structure. Secondary protein structure describes localized conformations of the polypeptide backbone, meaning the folding pattern that a protein will exhibit over a few dozen amino acid residues.
That's still importing over there?
There are a few different motifs that a protein can utilize, so let's see what those...
That's still importing. I'm going to grab a league game real fast. Oh, wrong button. Grab a league game real fast. You know what? Before I get a league game, let's go through my design. I want to go through my design. You can't over-design. You cannot over-design. Also, we want to keep this going. Okay, imported that. Attack. Oh, I wanted to post this stuff to Twitter. What's the new one that was being removed? Firefly. Give him one. I feel like getting too many keys. I don't feel like. I mean, I should give him 3 keys. Opt them out. I feel like doing that right now. Hey. Well, this is BS. They're trying to deport terrorists to the United States. It sucks.
Are. First, let's understand that the backbone itself is essentially planar.
Well, I should put that. I'm on Facebook. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. Listen to this, I guess.
The peptide bond has some pi bond character
forever, right?
due to resonance, since there is a resonance structure where the lone pair on the nitrogen forms a pi bond, pushing the pi bond in the carbonyl up to the oxygen atom. We know that rotation is restricted around pi bonds, so even though it's not a formal pi bond between the carbon and the nitrogen, the backbone is fairly rigid, while the sigma bonds to the R groups can freely rotate, so it is mainly the side chains on each residue that have a flexible conformation. We also know that molecules with dipoles, or formal charges, will attempt to store energy by making electrostatic interactions, and amino acids have such features. So if this backbone can fold in such a way so as to let each residue interact with other residues, it will do so in order to adopt the lowest energy conformation. One way it can do this is by forming something called a beta-pleated sheet. The backbone will extend one way and then turn back to line up alongside the first part of the chain, so that NH bonds from one section can form dipoles. It is an example of a favorable protein structure. Another type of structural motif is called the alpha helix. This is when the backbone forms a spiral shape with about 3 or 4 amino acids per turn, and all the R groups pointing out. Here, each amide group will interact with the amide group 3 residues above and the one 3 residues below. So, beta-pleated sheets and alpha helices are the most common types of secondary structure, though there are all kinds of other coils and loops that are a bit more difficult to describe. The key thing to understand is that at this level, the polypeptide backbone begins to form shapes entirely dependent on how it can best store energy in dipole-dipole interactions by adopting the lowest energy conformation. And these structures contain so many individual atoms that we begin to see them as colored strips rather than with conventional molecular line notation for structure. Now let's move on to tertiary protein structure. Tertiary protein structure involves the further folding of the polypeptide chain to produce its overall three-dimensional structure. This folding is not random. It is specific to the protein and will occur in that specific way every time that particular protein is formed, since it is this shape that gives the protein. There are a few factors that influence tertiary structure. First, residues with hydrophobic side chains, like alkyl groups, tend to be found in the interior of the protein, so that they are not in contact with aqueous solvent. At the same time, residues with hydrophilic side chains, ones with formal charges or dipoles on them, tend to be found on the surface of a protein, so that they can make dipole-dipole or ion-dipole interactions with water molecules. All of this is just a way for the protein to maximize the electrostatic interactions it can make in solution, which is a big factor in determining how it will fold. Another motif that stabilizes tertiary structure is something called a disulfide bond. We know that cysteine has an SH group called a thiol on its side chain, which is the sulfur analog of a hydroxyl group. If one cysteine is near another, these thiol groups can react with one another by mild oxidation to create a disulfide, which causes a covalent linkage between the two sulfur atoms and therefore can also covalently link two residues anywhere in the protein. This can help maintain the structural integrity of the protein through covalent bonds that are much stronger than the dipole-dipole interactions found in the various sections. Overall, if the protein is highly folded and compact, we would call it a globular protein, whereas if it is long and spindly, we would call it a fibrous protein. Lastly, we can examine quaternary structure. Some proteins are just one continuous polypeptide chain, but some proteins involve multiple polypeptide subunits that can come together to form a larger protein. These units are not covalently bound. They make only electrostatic interactions with one another, but the interactions are strong enough to allow the subunits to arrange themselves in specific ways. And it is the arrangement of these subunits that determines the quaternary structure of a protein, like hemoglobin, which consists of 4 totally separate polypeptides arranged in a specific way.
There's a time when I tried
one polypeptide, then it will not have quaternary structure. So to summarize, primary structure is just the sequence of amino acids. Secondary structure is the way the chain begins to fold on the localized level. Tertiary structure is the complete folding pattern of an entire polypeptide. And quaternary
I think I might. They have a lot of. I might have to get Merc boots. I think Merc boots is in the play here.
It is important to understand that even a tiny change in primary structure can completely change the overall protein. For example, sickle cell disease is a genetic disorder where just one takes on a red cells contain hemoglobin to look like tiny sickles, which can then clog blood vessels. So we can already begin to see why understanding the structure and function of biomolecules is crucial if we want to understand health and disease. Let's keep learning about different biomolecules. Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel for more tutorials, and as always, feel free to email me, ProfessorDavidExplains@gmail.com.
In this video, we're going to focus on cellular is the process by which we do. In cellular respiration, we're going to take one molecule of glucose, which has the chemical formula C6H12O6, and it's going to react with 6 molecules of oxygen to produce 6 molecules and 6 molecules of water. And this process is going to release energy. So it's exergonic. And it releases a lot of energy. So that's the reaction for cellular respiration. On the left side, we have the reactants, and on the right side, we have the products of the chemical reaction. Now, released by cellular respiration, or released by the oxidation of glucose, is lost as heat energy, or thermal energy. Some of it is captured in the form of ATP. ATP stands for adenosine triphosphate. ATP is the currency of the cell. It gives us the energy that we need to move, to grow, things that we do in our everyday lives. It provides the energy to drive endergonic reactions. And a lot of times it does this by the transfer of a phosphate group. So when this energy is released, energy is stored by converting ADP, adenosine diphosphate, into adenosine triphosphate. So this reaction is endergonic. It takes energy. But to release energy from ATP is the reverse. Due to the unstable phosphate bonds, whenever ATP loses a phosphate group, it releases energy. And so that is an exergonic reaction. Exergonic reactions release energy, endergonic reactions require energy. Why do cells need ATP in the first place? Why not use the energy released directly from glucose to drive endergonic reactions? The answer is efficiency. Glucose releases a large amount of energy, whereas the loss of a phosphate group from ATP only releases a small amount of energy. As a result, there's less energy loss in the form of heat. So thus, the process of transferring energy from ATP to a chemical reaction is more instead of energy into work. Let's use the internal engine inside a car to illustrate this concept. Imagine taking all of the gasoline inside a car and reacting it with oxygen in a combustion reaction. Now that process will be very dangerous. You'll get one large explosion, but you won't be able to convert much of that energy into use. A lot of it will be wasted in the form of heat. But now, if you were to use that gasoline in a car, in a small car engine, one large explosion, you'll have a series of small, tiny explosions that drive the piston to move. As a result, because you have your release time, it's more efficient. You're better able to convert that energy into useful work. And this is why cells tend to store their energy temporarily in the form of ATP, because that energy is released in series of small steps in a much safer way, but also in a more efficient way.
It's not a very good thing for me.
So releasing energy all at once is not an efficient process to perform.
The applesauce will be good. It's just like pure sugar. I'm drinking like sugar sauce.
Most small car engines tend to be more efficient than bigger, larger engines. Now the next thing is the structure of ATP, adenosine triphosphate. ATP has 3 subunits: a 5-carbon ribose sugar, a nitrogenous base.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're proud to understand the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that would change your life forever. Or you're reading the thesis one last time before you submit it to make sure there aren't any errors. No matter what you have to read, we could all use a second pair of eyes to help us retain information and put our best foot forward. A reading assistant powered by artificial intelligence and deep learning and designed consciously for students and working professionals who want to Speechify does the reading.
Unflinching's good versus like the slow of misfortune is like rattle tat tat, you know.
230 words per minute and build to 500 words per minute, which is 2.5 times faster than most people read. Choose from a range of incredible voices that use human inflection, so you can stay.
The nitrogenous base is called and it has 3 phosphate groups. So that's a simplified structure of ATP. Now let's do an overview of cellular respiration. Cellular respiration can be broken down into 4 stages. The first stage is something called glycolysis. If we break down the word glycolysis, glyco refers to a carbohydrate. Lysis means to split apart. So in glycolysis, we're taking glucose and we're going to split it into 2 molecules of pyruvate. In stage 2, we have pyruvate oxidation. In this stage, pyruvate is oxidized into acetyl coenzyme A. In the third step, this is known as
taking vitamin B complex right now. It's good for hyperthyroidism.
In the Krebs
cycle,
cycle,
you take a little. I think this is like 6,000%. So you take like a
is oxidized into
micro nib off the side.
The electrons
It
released
actually
from
works.
that reaction
So stupid.
is
I think it's 6,000% recommended daily on melon.
and
And the candy. This is good for bone. You start to feel bone pains all the time. Hard to sleep. Your shoulders out of place and stuff. Take candy.
which The molecules
Don't take too much though.
NADH and
It
FADH2
can destroy you. You can die of
give
it.
up those electrons.
Just like your couple things I'll take it. If you take too much of it, you die. I think just the right amount.
In that process, ATP will be produced.
1 gram of copper will kill you.
By the way,
Your kidneys will instantly fail.
you need
1
to know
milligram of
that this
copper.
occurs
Oh, so it's zinc.
in the cytosol of the cell. Pyruvate oxidation that occurs inside the mitochondria. The Krebs cycle also occurs inside the mitochondrial matrix.
Oh, they want Nammy's bought? Okay, whatever. She's gonna lift me up. So I was expecting the Brigada to be bought.
That occurs in the inner membrane of the mitochondria. Not the outer membrane, but the inner membrane. So you need to know where these processes occur in the cell. Let's begin our discussion with the first stage of cellular respiration, that is glycolysis. In glycolysis, glucose, a 6-carbon molecule, is converted into 2 pyruvate molecules, each with 3 carbon atoms. Pyruvate contains a methyl group,
Pyruvate,
a carbonyl group, and a carboxylate group. Pyruvic acid has a hydrogen instead of an oxygen for negative charge. So this is pyruvic acid, but if you take away the hydrogen, it becomes pyruvate. Now, in this process, 2 molecules of adenosine diphosphate is converted to 2 molecules of ATP, adenosine triphosphate. This is known as substrate level phosphorylation. Anytime you add a phosphate group to something, it's known as phosphorylation. In this video, there's 2 types of phosphorylation events that you need to be familiar with: substrate level phosphorylation and oxidative phosphorylation. So this is an example of substrate level phosphorylation.
Phosphorylation. Around the nation, we're going to be phosphorylation. Got some relation talking about phosphorylation.
Which we'll talk about that later in this video. Now, something else happens. 2 molecules.
Oops, I got barrier D.
Plus
That's pretty stupid. I don't want barrier D. I want
is reduced
I want to teleport. As
to 2 molecules of NADH, as glucose is converted into 2 pyruvate molecule.
Pyruvate.
Now, we need to
Pyruvate sounds cool.
the terms oxidation and reduction.
Pyruvate.
Pyruvate.
Hey, body, mother.
Is an
Pyruvate.
oxidation reaction.
Hey, body,
The
move
conversion of NAD plus into NADH is a reduction reaction.
This is just, yeah.
So there's 4 ways in which you could describe an oxidation reaction.
Why do you go that way?
Number 1, the oxidation state goes up. Number 2, you have a loss of electrons. Number 3, you have a gain of oxygen atoms. Or number 4, you have a loss
you walk right through them.
of hydrogen atoms. You could use any one of these 4 ways to determine if you have an oxidation
He walked this way, right into him.
or a reduction reaction.
Kind of like Scooby.
In a reduction reaction,
where are
the
you?
reverse is true.
Why'd you walk into Jar Jar?
The oxidation number or oxidation state will decrease. It's going to be reduced. Reduction is associated with a gain of electrons. It's also associated with a loss of oxygen atoms or a gain of hydrogen atoms. So let's use NAD+. So let's convert this into NADH. So there's 2 ways in which we can determine that this is indeed a reduction reaction. The first has to do with the oxidation state. This has a positive charge, so the oxidation state is +1. This doesn't have any charge. The oxidation state is 0. Going from 1 to 0, the oxidation state decreased, or it was reduced. So that's a reduction reaction. The second way is to look at the fact that we have a gain of hydrogen. NAD+, it has hydrogen atoms, but when we compare it to NADH, we can see that it gained 1 hydrogen atom. And so we can say that it's reduced. Here's the entire reaction. Here we have NAD+. It reacts with a hydrogen ion, and it accepts 2 electrons in order to convert to NADH. So here we have a third way to determine that it's reduction, the fact that it's gaining electrons. Whenever you see electrons on the left side of a chemical reaction, it's reduction. If the electrons are on the right side of the chemical reaction, it's oxidation. Now, glycolysis occurs in 10 steps. We're not going to talk about each step in detail, but one thing I do want to mention is that there's two important phases you need to know with glycolysis. The first half, or the first 5 reactions, refers to the investment phase. In the investment phase, you need to invest ATP molecules to get glycolysis started. So you're going to lose 2 ATP molecules in this phase. During the second half of glycolysis, that is the last 5 reactions, this is known as the payoff phase. And in this phase, you're going to get 4 ATP molecules per 1 molecule of glucose. So glycolysis has a net gain of 2 ATP molecules per glucose molecule. So you need to be familiar with this number. So glycolysis will yield a net of 2 ATP molecules. So here is an overview of glycolysis. You can see that it occurs in 10 reactions. And notice the amount of ATP that's produced and the amount that's consumed.
So this Jin
So
suicided.
Step 1 and step 3, ATP is converted into ADP. So that is the investment phase.
Jin suicide again.
Putting in 2 molecules of ATP to get glycolysis started. And notice that in the payoff phase, you get a total of 4 ATP molecules. So you put in 2, you got back 4. There's a net gain of 2 ATP molecules. In step 6, we can see that we gain 2 molecules of NADH. Keep in mind, glucose splits off into 2 molecules of pyruvate. So on the left side, you have 1 molecule of pyruvate, and on the right side, another molecule of pyruvate. Now, the next thing I want to mention are the enzymes.
So I'm gonna just throw out whatever I was normally gonna do
The
for my
first
build
type of enzyme is
and go
a kinase enzyme.
more of a defensive oriented type of thing.
Is typically associated with the transfer of a phosphate group.
They just walked up into the enemy jungle and died twice.
Transfer of a phosphate group. So here we have hexokinase. The phosphate.
I think it might be the loser on purpose. People, they might be go, oh, you know, he's not gonna go Flash, so we're gonna punish it with Jar Jar, and then we're gonna say, oh, I didn't get Flash because you know.
Step 7. We have
Let's watch Diana die up here. Let's see if I'm right.
Another kinase enzyme, and the same is true for 10. So anytime there's a transfer of a phosphate group,
I don't trust this
that catalyzes
this Jin any further than I can throw him.
Kinase enzyme.
It's hard to throw someone that's really good at throwing. He won't.
If you see the word isomerase, then that tells you that this enzyme, it catalyzes a rearrangement reaction. Glucose 6-phosphate and fructose 6-phosphate, they're isomers of each other. They have the same chemical formula.
It's like I'm assuming that you'll lose on purpose, but like we still got a good thing here.
Enzyme, it
and free and free and free and free, free and free and free, free free and free and free and free and free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. See details.
Why would he walk away from him? So we had him walk down, and then he walked away.
So I just want to mention those details, just in case you had questions on it. And then there's another enzyme that you need to be familiar with. That is a dehydrogenase enzyme. A dehydrogenase enzyme removes hydrogen from a substrate. So prior to this, we had glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate, G3P. And notice the amount of hydrogen atoms in this molecule. So we have 1, 2, 3, 5. Now looking at the product, 1,3-biphosphoglycerate, notice that there's only 4 hydrogen atoms. So 1 hydrogen atom was transferred to NAD+, making NADH. And that hydrogen atom was taken from G3P to give it to NADH. So going from G3P to BPG, we lost the hydrogen, and we can see that NAD+, it took that hydrogen. So dehydrogenase is an enzyme that removes hydrogen. Kinase is an enzyme that helps with the transfer of a phosphate group. And isomerase is an enzyme that catalyzes rearrangement reactions. Now let's move on to stage 2 of cellular respiration, and that is pyruvate oxidation. So as mentioned before, pyruvate will be converted into acetyl coenzyme A, which looks like this. It contains a sulfur and the coenzyme A part. So this is pyruvate on the left. So what's happening in this reaction? Let's talk about that. Notice that we lost a carboxylic acid molecule. So therefore, this is a decarboxylation reaction. A decarboxylation reaction is an oxidation reaction. Notice that we lost oxygen atoms. Whenever there's an oxidation reaction, there is always a reduction reaction. If something lost electrons, something else had to gain those electrons. And the first electron carrier that we have in cellular respiration is NAD+. NAD+ is going to pick up those electrons along with a hydrogen ion to produce NADH. So that is the corresponding reduction reaction. Now the reaction that the enzyme that catalyzes the conversion of pyruvate into acetyl coenzyme A, this is known as pyruvate dehydrogenase. Whenever you see this enzyme, there's always a transfer of hydrogen somewhere. In this case, NAD+ is the hydrogen acceptor. As it accepts the hydrogen, it turns into NADH. But this leaves a question. Where did the hydrogen come from? Because pyruvate has 3 hydrogen atoms, and acetyl coenzyme A also has 3 hydrogen atoms. The answer lies in the product. Notice the group that we added. The reactant looks like this. It's coenzyme A with a thiol group attached to it. So this is the hydrogen that goes into the solution and is later picked up by NAD+. So anytime you see a dehydrogenase enzyme, there's always a transfer of
You walked away from him.
somewhere.
He walked away. Do you see the Jim just walked away from that?
From the solution. There's always
He could have got that kill. He could have killed. He just walk away.
The hydrogen atom, while something else will gain that hydrogen atom. Now let's move on to step 3 of cellular respiration, and that is the Krebs cycle. So prior to that, we had the oxidation of pyruvate. We saw pyruvate being oxidized into acetyl coenzyme A. The acetyl part is a 2-carbon molecule. And as we produce acetyl coenzyme A, we lost CO2 in a decarboxylation reaction, which is an oxidation reaction. And we also had a reduction reaction as NAD+ was converted to NADH. So now,
it looks like they're losing on purpose.
Enters into the Krebs cycle, which occurs in the mitochondrial matrix. Now, this 2-carbon acetyl group is combined with oxaloacetate, which has 4 carbons, and it produces citric acid. In this case, citrate. Citric acid would have the hydrogen atoms on the carboxylate groups. Citrate, it doesn't have those hydrogen atoms. It's just COO-. Notice that we regenerate the coenzyme A molecule with the SH dimer, as you can see here. Now, we're not going to go over all of the individual reactions of the Krebs cycle. You can review that when you get a chance. But the gist of it is this. The 2-carbon molecule the acetyl group will be oxidized into 2 molecules of carbon dioxide. Here is the first one, here is the second one. And then we're going to regenerate oxaloacetate, and that's going to pick up another acetyl coenzyme A. So this is a cycle, it repeats itself. And this coenzyme A is going to react again with pyruvate, repeating the process. Now, I do want to talk about the enzymes in this reaction. The first one is the dehydrogenase enzyme. As I mentioned before earlier, this is used to catalyze the removal of hydrogen atoms from a molecule or substrate and then transfer it to like NAD+ or FADH. So here, the hydrogen was transferred to NAD+. And going from isocitrate to alpha ketoglutarate, we can see that we lost some hydrogen atoms. This molecule here has 5 hydrogen atoms, and this one here has 4, so it lost the hydrogen. And in step 5, we have another dehydrogenase enzyme, and we can see that NAD+ is picking up a hydrogen, turning to NADH. And the same is true for 7 and 9. There's a transfer of a hydrogen atom somewhere. In step 7, FAD is converted to FADH2. We can see that succinate lost 2 hydrogens as it was converted to fumarate. And then going from malate to oxaloacetate, there's another loss of 2 hydrogen atoms. This had 4, this had 2. And so another dehydrogenase enzyme was used for that. So anytime you see a dehydrogenase enzyme, you know that it catalyzes the removal of hydrogen atoms and transfer it from
Because you're gonna watch her botch this really hard. Like the thing is, the losers on purpose people like to do this Deanna thing. She's gonna jump in and then like lose on purpose. Yeah, she didn't even smite, you know. She didn't smite.
Keep in mind, oxidation involves
Standard. That's a standard. They're standard Deanna. It's on
those
purpose thing.
electrons are going to be picked up by NAD+ and FAD. NAD+ is the first electron carrier.
Oh, he just booked it.
And those electron carriers will then
Like he could have fought that.
in the electron
He backed off. You know, he backed off on purpose.
But for now, know that one turn
See,
of
let's
the
see.
Krebs cycle
Yeah, these guys will lose on purpose,
produces 3
people.
molecules
Probably
of
the same
NADH,
people.
1, 2, 3. 1 molecule of FADH2, and it produces 1 molecule of GTP. But notice that as GDP gains a phosphate and becomes GTP from step 6, GTP will lose that phosphate, regenerating GDP, but converting ADP to ATP. So one turn of the Krebs cycle produces 3 molecules of NADH, 1 molecule of FADH2, and a net of 1 molecule of ATP. GTP and GDP, they're going to be in a cycle, so there's really no net gain there. Now, keep in mind that glucose generates 2 molecules of pyruvate, and thus 2 molecules of acetyl coenzyme A. So 1 molecule of glucose equates to 2 turns of the Krebs cycle. So 1 molecule of glucose yields 6 NADH molecules, 2 FADH2 molecules, and 2 ATP molecules. You may want to write that down. One thing I do want to mention is that in this video sometimes I referred to these particles as molecules. Technically they're ions because they carry a charge, but in biology or biochemistry sometimes you'll see people refer to these as molecules, but they're really ions. This would be a molecule.
You're gonna jump on him? Let's give a jump.
CO2 is
He jumped on him and dead.
But citrate, isocitrate, pyruvate, those are ions because they carry a
He chose not to get you killed there.
Just want to mention that. So if I refer this as a molecule, let's say a molecule of pyruvate, it's really an ion if it has a charge. Now, before we finish our discussion with the Krebs cycle, there is one more thing I need to talk about, and that is FAD. FAD is actually part of the inner membrane of the mitochondria. It's not in the mitochondrial matrix. It's stuck on the membrane. And succinate dehydrogenase, it's an enzyme that is in the membrane where FAD and FADH2 will be located. So even
something
though the
back up.
Krebs cycle occurs in the mitochondrial matrix, this enzyme is actually in the inner membrane. So FAD and FADH2, it doesn't leave the membrane, it's there. So that's one thing I do want to mention, and we're going to talk about that more in the electron transport chain. Now, let's briefly talk about the mitochondria and what you need to know about it with regard to cellular respiration. In red, this is the outer membrane of the mitochondria. The line represented in blue is the inner membrane of the mitochondria. The space between is known as the intermembrane space. And then on the inside, this is the mitochondrial matrix. Now keep in mind the Krebs cycle occurs in the mitochondrial matrix. The electron transport chain occurs in the inner membrane of the mitochondria. So those are some things that you want to keep in mind as well. Now let's move on to stage 4 of cellular respiration, and that is the electron transport chain. Now the NADH molecule that we generated in the Krebs cycle and even in glycolysis, as well as pyruvate oxidation, it's going to give up a hydrogen and some electrons at complex 1. Complex 1 is called NADH dehydrogenase. As all dehydrogenase enzymes go, it's going to catalyze the removal of hydrogen from NADH. As a result, NADH will lose electrons. It's going to give up electrons to complex 1. Those electrons will travel to ubiquinone, represented by the symbol Q. Ubiquinone is a mobile electron carrier. It actually moves to complex 1, picks up the electrons, and then take it to complex 3. Keep in mind the electrons have a negative charge, and on their own they can't move by themselves along the inner membrane because the membrane is made up of phospholipids, and the tails of the phospholipids are nonpolar, and so they don't interact well with negatively charged electrons. So the electrons has to be carried by a mobile electron carrier, in this case, ubiquinone. Now ubiquinone is going to pass on the electrons to complex 3. Complex 3 is called cytochrome reductase, also known as BC1 complex by some textbooks. Cytochrome 3 is going to give the electrons to cytochrome C. Whenever cytochrome C receives electrons, it becomes reduced. Reduction, as we talked about, is the gain of electrons. And so this name is fitting for complex 3 because it reduces cytochrome C by giving it electrons. Cytochrome C is another mobile electron carrier. It's free to move, but it's a surface protein as opposed to an integral protein. Complex 1 and 3, these are transmembrane proteins, also integral proteins because they're completely embedded within the membrane. Now C, cytochrome C is going to give up the electrons to complex 4, also known as cytochrome oxidase. This particular transmembrane protein, it oxidizes cytochrome C because it takes away electrons from it. Anytime you have a loss of electrons, oxidation occurs. Now the electrons will flow out of complex 4, where they're going to meet up with oxygen and some hydrogen ions to form water, which is one of the products of cellular respiration. Now, the other electron carrier that we need to talk about is FADH2. Now, I mentioned this earlier. FAD and
So you can't trust Deanna. She's losing her purpose. The only time she gets kills is to kill steal you. She will not get any objectives. So this is this loss is a pretty much determined loss. She will be giving up the Infernal. You know, she didn't even push the smite button on
FADH2. Let me get rid of this for now. Now, in step 7 of the Krebs cycle, we saw that succinate converts into fumarate, and as a result, it gives up electrons
I got him.
and hydrogen as well.
I got him.
Converting FAD into FADH2. So that's in the Krebs cycle. Succinate dehydrogenase complex 2 is the enzyme.
I don't want to mute what they're saying because I want to like
hydrogens from succinate,
have it add the reports, but I should mute the pings.
And then those hydrogen atoms are transferred to FAD. Now, in the electron transport chain, FADH2 gives up those hydrogens and the electrons, turning back into FAD. So it's a cyclic process. So as FADH2 turns to FAD, the electrons will be picked up by ubiquinone, and then it's going to be carried to complex 3, and then to cytochrome, and to complex 4. Now, as the electrons are transferred through these membrane proteins across the electron transport chain, protons are pumped from the mitochondrial matrix into the intermembrane space. And so each of these transmembrane proteins are pumping out protons into the intermembrane space. And so what happens is we have a buildup of positive charge in the intermembrane space. So the pH here is going to be relatively low. Now, as these protons are pumped into this region, the intermembrane space is going to develop a positive charge. And so the mitochondrial matrix will be less positive or more negative with respect to the intermembrane space. And so there's going to be an electric force that these protons will feel because they're going to be attracted to the negatively charged mitochondrial matrix. The second thing is a concentration gradient. You have a large concentration of protons in the intermembrane space. So the electric force combined with this concentration gradient will cause these protons to enter this enzyme, ATP synthase, which you can also say it's a membrane protein. It's going to cause the protons to flow through ATP synthase. And they're going to cause this portion to basically turn like a rotor. A good way to think about this is water flowing down into a turbine, causing a turbine to spin. So as these protons flow down this membrane, they will create a mechanical force that will smash ADP and phosphate to make ATP. So this process is known as chemiosmosis because we're using diffusion to create ATP. So the electron transport chain is basically what we see here. The electrons traveling from complex 1 all the way to complex 4. Chemiosmosis is the production of ATP using the diffusion of protons as it flows through ATP synthase. When you combine the electron transport chain and chemiosmosis, you have oxidative phosphorylation. Now keep in mind, phosphorylation occurs when we transfer a phosphate group to something. In this case, transferring a phosphate group to ADP to make ATP, that is an example of phosphorylation. Now, in the electron transport chain, NADH is oxidized to NAD+. It's oxidized in the sense that NADH loses electrons to the electron transport chain, and you can see its oxidation state increases from 0 to +1. So both NADH and FADH2 are oxidized in the electron transport chain. Using ATP synthase, ADP is phosphorylated with a phosphate group making ATP. So combined, we have oxidative phosphorylation. The first part is oxidation, the second part phosphorylation. Now, one more thing that I do want to mention is that there are many electron acceptors. In glycolysis, we saw that NAD+ was an electron acceptor. It took electrons as glucose split into pyruvate. FAD served as an electron acceptor when succinate was converted to fumarate. Oxygen is the final electron acceptor in this process. Oxygen is one of the most electronegative elements besides fluorine. And so, because of that affinity for electrons, oxygen basically pulls electrons through the electron transport chain to itself. And so that's really the driving force here. It's electronegativity. Because electrons will travel from atoms that are less electronegative to atoms that are very electronegative. So in the beginning, the electrons were located in glucose. So they were attached to carbon atoms. And then in the end, those electrons go to oxygen to make water and carbon dioxide. So as the electrons flow from carbon to oxygen, energy is released. Carbon is not very electronegative. Its electronegativity is like 2.5. For oxygen, it's 3.5. So as we take electrons from an atom that is less electronegative to an atom that is more electronegative, we can extract energy from that process. A good way to illustrate this is the use of a battery. So let's say I'm going to draw a AA battery. Here is the positive terminal, and here is the negative terminal. And let's connect this to a light bulb. Let's say this battery is strong enough to light up the light bulb. Electrons will flow from the negative terminal to the positive terminal, and in the process from moving from one side to the other side, energy can be extracted from them, and in this case, lighting up the light bulb. So the positive terminal would be the electronegative side of the battery because it pulls the electrons toward it. The negative terminal will be the part that's less electronegative because that's where the electrons are coming from. In this case, carbon would be like the negative terminal of the battery. Oxygen will be like the positive terminal of the battery because oxygen, being electronegative, pulls the electrons away from carbon. And so anytime electrons flow from one position to another position, energy can be extracted as those electrons move from one location to the other, as we can see in the case of a battery. The same is true for, let's say we have a ball rolling down the hill. At the top, the ball has potential energy, but as it moves from one position to another position, that potential energy is converted to kinetic energy. And in that motion, energy can be extracted. If you look at water flowing down a hill, that water could be used to move the turbine, which can then be used to create electricity. So, whenever you have an object or a particle like an electron moving from one location to another, energy can be extracted during that process, which is what we see here in the electron transport chain. So the electrons, they travel from carbon to NAD+, and then from NAD+, they go to complex 1, and then to Q, and then complex 3, and then complex 4, and then finally to oxygen. So oxygen has the greatest electronegativity or electron affinity for electrons. So here's a question for you. Which complex has a greater electron affinity for electrons? Would you say complex 1 or complex 3? So according to the sequence, because complex 3 comes after complex 1, we could say that complex 3 has a greater electron affinity, or rather a greater affinity for electrons than complex 1. So we could say that complex 3 is more electronegative than complex 1. Now, in the case of FAD, carbon gives its electrons to FAD, and then FAD gives its electrons to complex 2, which gives its electrons to Q. So if we were to compare the mobile carrier ubiquinone and complex 2, we would say that complex Q is more electronegative than complex 2 because it comes after complex 2. The electrons will always flow from something that is less electronegative to something that is more electronegative spontaneously. The only way to make the electrons go back is by putting energy into the system. But as electrons flow this way, energy is released. So now we need to do some math. So let's go back to NADH. As NADH is oxidized to NAD+,
Okay. Ugh. Hey guys. I just played the game called like it's hard to say. For some reason there's people that like lose on purpose. They lose on purpose the same way every time in League of Legends. So the only way to play for me to play League of Legends is 5-man. Alright. Waiting for this to knit. Look at this. Should be able to play. Don't want this. There you go.
Put your hands up, Jim. I got my gun here.
We need 5.
What's up, man?
5? I'm not gonna go 3. I want to go 5. 5 or nothing. Just give me a hero. Call me.
Alright, you can play. You can play without me, bro.
Yeah, call me. Call me when. Call me. Alright, there you go. Okay, so shift stats is here. So we got here. Shift stats. Whew. This was a messy code when I wrote it initially. Anyway. Alright. I think we're back to normal. There we go. Couldn't have wrote much code. Like, it was 20 minutes later. I think all I did was I just did that and pulled around, so we should be good to go. And I get a backup going on this thing. Get back to coding rhythm. We're back to coding rhythm. No more social media stuff. Wasted a good 4 hours doing nothing. I wanted to play a game of League, and you guys lost the purpose, so there you have it. But at least I backed up. I got a proper backup. Looks like the backup took. I get exercise in between games. So this is how I get bulky. I'm getting like really good shape, actually. Alright. Did not. Okay, well, you know what? We have to, file preferences. Is that probably? Gotcha. Let's try and run it again. I'm I'm finishing up a painting. Not a painting. A poster. What's the poster of a very class poster? A family member. Right about now. My thoughts so bro. Gotta find out where I did with the rest of the painting. I mean, the rest of the. I was carrying around a stick earlier. Alright, there you go. Back to Ginza. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh. Alright. Okay, we're Starfighter General. Turn this health thing off. Let me see that. It's getting cold in here. Turn the heater on. A little higher. What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? We're importing. What's that? Okay, so we got this. Whew, took a long time. Take damage, flare, blow up, restart. Go back. Okay. I'm fighting against Windows right there. You notice that? I can't alt tab because it's thinking. Oh, close your eyes, bye. I'm gonna. Leave it open. Bye. Menus. This is sound. Restart. Okay, so one is I need a drop right scrap. Our number. Alright, so the bare minimum. Let's take damage, shoot, explode. I'm not gonna do collision damage in this. Oh, we do have to do collision damage. 7 shield. I'm not gonna pyramid. I'm not gonna do collision fancy. I don't do anything fancy right now. This is for like mostly debugging. So condition 9, return to base, or hyperspace. Back to base. Hyperspace. Back to base. Let's get cancel back to base. Okay, hey, I'm tired. The best part about feeling tired when you're tired, you gotta take a nap. So that's what we do. Okay, this is a nice little stream we had going on here, guys. But catch you later. You know, we did a little thing. Did a posted there. Now I'm tired, so my hands are getting really, really cold. So I feel like I must have neuropathy. I wonder if I ate something recently. Alright, there you go. You know, I'm gonna putz. Let's putz together. I don't want to putz together. I'm gonna putz by myself. Hey guys, take care. Good to see some Starfighter Jim. It looks like we're really close to dubbing. We might have like a 5-hour